Action Pets Gaming.
Chill vibes tonight, chill vibes tonight. Laid back life, laid back. No stress, no fight, no stress, no fight. Throwing parts together, throwing parts. Crafting all night, all night. Get ready to build, get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing pots together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right.
Well, good morning and greetings to all of you travelers out there. And of course, all you builders. You know who it is. It's me, that weirdo Kevin C. here, yet again at Action Pants Gaming with another rando stream. Is it getting better? A little bit, I guess. So that's why we're streaming randomly on this Saturday. Ooh, that would have been bad. Don't want to spill that. So that's about what I got. So, speaking of randomness, it's Saturday. And I've got 1 minute after the 10 a.m. hour on this July the 19th of 2025. I do know some of you are out there in the past still, and some are somehow in the future, but whatever present you happen to be in as you're watching this, I do hope it's going good. Alright, it's just me babbling away. There's probably some other streamers going today. I would totally count on that. So, I kind of want to wait like half a second, because the minute I hit play, I wanted to see if anyone noticed anything. I want to thank Silent Robot for, I believe it's Silent Robot, or just Silent. I think Silent. I want to thank Silent for helping me out, making my life easier. And we'll see where we go from here. All I will say is everything I do can still be done, and I've proven it, on console, regular without mods. Just so you know. Alright, let's get to playing. Let's hit that play. Alright, let's go. Oh, what's that warning? And now that actually matches. So I do have some silent mods, mostly like quality of life, but in terms of building, I can just build freighter parts without having to do the whole making a bunch of mess and trying 80 different times. I can just build, which is nice. And I can scale, which is nice. So, with the scaling, there's a little bit of, yeah, it might be a little smaller, a little bigger, but for the most part, it's going to be very similar to what you would do normally. So, that has not changed. Alright, oh yeah, there's a reason I started over here. Because I saw we got a new funny decal coming. Gamma Wolf, what's going on? We got ourselves a nice decal on the way. Looks cute. And I've been deleting bases, which leads me to what we're doing now. Alright, I gotta delete one of these. I'm gonna delete this. So we can get some parts. I hit build limit. And look at that. Oh, that warp is so nice. Thank you, Silent. What a pleasure. And for people who are sensitive to flashing lights, that's hopefully better for you. I could probably delete this, build some. Yeah, there's enough parts here to, and scaffold. Also give me a jetpack mod, which is awesome. But that warp animation one is really great. Alright, what I need to do here is I gotta do a couple things because I gotta record this before I delete it. Where's the HUD? In general. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna go no HUD. I'm gonna get off my ugly mug. And I have to temporarily where is it? Right there. Okay. Gonna hit record. Oh, I got that. It still shows up. You know what? Forget it. Forget it. You're gonna be have that thing in my way, and we gotta figure out what's going on with that because it is not having the icons. I wish there was a mod to get rid of that because I would be honest, it is bloody annoying. So now, see how they come up, the white icons in the cycle access and all that. Well, no and yes. Levity, welcome. Good to see you. I'm going to look into that. There might be. All right, you know what? We don't need this. Where is the base computer? You know, I don't know if I still am or not. And if I am, I need to get rid of it. Now that I'm using OBS. But something's tied to it, and I don't know how to untie it and get it to work again in a different way. Alright, that should give me plenty of parts. Although I am going to delete one of the R&Ds, just so I don't have to think about it for a minute. Because the two R&Ds basically have the same crap on them. And it's not like I don't have some sort of record of it. If I really want to go back to it. Which most of the time I don't, because I'm either building something very similar, exact, or I have altered it. Alright, these have the same picture. Let's see what we get here. Because I know they're same but different. One of them is like the beginnings of, you know, testing. I love this new warp animation. Oh, it's so much better. That's a little weird. Yeah, we can get rid of this one. Okay. This is just do-overs of other things. And that doesn't work. Yeah, game is awesome. Alright, that's supposed to work, I thought. Or am I not in the right? There we go, okay. Now it's not. Of course, now it's not nighttime. And take screenshot of cancel is sitting there, which is kind of a drag. Debating on deleting the underwater one. Yeah, I'm gonna delete that one. That was a good R&D, but we don't need it. There's my other R&D. This one I want to keep. But I'm going to get rid of a bunch of stuff here just so I have the parts. And I'm going to do the same in the other area. Oh no, I'm deleting a circle. Years ago that would have meant something. You're like, damn it, I got to do that all over again? Is it so far off? You didn't notice something? I'm going to delete every non-necessity here, and then I'll take some video and call it a day. Although I probably already have video, I just don't know it. I mean, I definitely have, you know, the recordings of all of this on YouTube somewhere, which I could download and fuss with. And then I will come back and delete it. But these all-important scaffold parts take up so many bits that when I want to go do something, because I'm always like, it's not done. I can make it better somehow. No, you can't. Not that great to begin with. It's a repeat of the last thing, but a little bit different. I'm always trying to. What are you? Why are you? What's going on with the one of you? That's weird. Probably didn't want to do that. Shit. That delete is sometimes, better building, shoot. Okay, we're good. I did that after I deleted that. Okay. Build base parts anywhere, so, you know, basically I can build the freighter parts without going through the hassle of, you know, cache pin glitch, which, you know, should help out. Why is that wired? What are you wired to? Oh, me doing an experiment. Okay. Which is not going to work right now because, yes. Alright, we'll leave it. Because the lighting is all wackadoo. Oh, I know what it was for, and we didn't end up getting there. Okay. But we know how to make this, and we actually cut out a step. Which saves time. The horrors of deleting. Because you're like, I don't want to be doing this. But you got to be careful that you don't do something dumb. Exactly. Exactly. Everything is still doable. I just now have the advantage of not having to freaking go through the BS. And I can shrink and enlarge a little bit more than the base. Well, than the base one definitely, but then there's the base computer trick one, which I don't know why I don't like doing that, but there's just maybe something about it. But the nice thing about using the, and I could make a wire, I suppose, that large. I gotta check the mod. But the nice thing about the wire is you have a lot more control on your placement. It gets you a lot more accurate. I'd already done that one. I kind of want a boundary seal. Alright, I'm leaving that. I'm like, I kind of want to, I sort of want to, we don't even really need this pathway. We can do that. Yeah, and the cash pin is such a freaking drag, exactly. That it makes it not fun, and you really gotta want to do it. But at least the nice thing with the oh yeah, the mods I have, I'm not using a part. I had to think about that for a second. That not everyone has. You know what I mean? I'd have to step back anyway. Yeah, we'll do that in another stream, or I'll do it off stream. And oh, wait a minute, right there. That could be what I'm looking for. I know it might not be. And about halfway up. And halfway back. Alright, I'm not doing that now. We got some parts back, that's all I needed. I will come back and do stuff and make video. Alrighty. Q Creator, what is going on? We're not going to add. Matter of fact, 1, 2, 3. Take one away. And now we'll just leave it. We need to. What I don't like is when some use mods for building and don't save because you think to yourself, how do they do that? No way. Hey, Sergeant Belson. Exactly. Like, I don't see a need to go extremely large with certain things. And again, there's a way to do what I'm doing on console. It just takes more work. And no offense, but I've been doing this crap for a long time. The hands aren't what they used to be. Old guy could use a break here. Now, don't get me wrong. I will do another save with modded parts where I can, get some different parts and play around like I did before. Because the stuff that they have for parts and what you can do with that is ridiculous. Plus using the parts that we just got. A lot of the parts that we got have a ring of some mod parts that we've seen from Kibbles and I think Winder TP, if I'm not mistaken. Which are still available and updated, but not recently updated. They were updated like a couple months ago, but then we got all this new crap, so I'm seeing what's going on before I jump into those again. All right, let's do a save. Which we're gonna do again in a minute because we're gonna just fly over to our other build here. Which now I've lost. Right here. Is that it? Yep. R&DP. Bunch of stuff we can get from here. Although we are going to keep the kaleidoscopes until I can get some good footage. I don't know if I'm done with this one. What do I have? I got something here. Alright, we'll keep that. Keep our center point. Actually, no, that's what I need, I guess. What are these here for? Do that for that. I've talked to people who have tried that, and I've heard mixed results. Alright, I guess I'm still messing with that one a little bit. Yeah, and that's not the first time I've heard that either. About the timing. But again, it's still the process of, blah, blah, blah. Um, and the button pushes and etc., etc., etc. I could make the room here. It's already basically set up for it. Alright, we're gonna. It's already set up. All I gotta do is. Yeah, I got that one and that one to do. We'll get rid of this, which was a test anyway. Can tell because of the pattern. And this was, what, yesterday? Maybe the day before, I don't remember. The sound of lawn care. Got to admit, pretty freaking cool what this game allows you to do. Alright, we're going to keep this because I'm pretty certain. And for now, we'll just do that. Oh, shoot, no. Well, does it matter? No. We can just do this. Oops. Now we're right back where we were. Okay. Boodly, 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 boodly. Oh, shoot. No, I don't need that. I gotta stop, right? Yeah. Alright, we'll deal with that when the time comes. This should lock on to something, though. I think we should be okay, but I'm not for certain. Alright, let's get rid of that. And all of these. And see, I've got the icons are there. That's so crazy. This time. So every time I move from one to another. I think it's where I was starting before. I would like if I could get this line. Yeah, see, that works. That's centered. That's the hard part. This here. not sure. I don't know how that works, to be honest. And I can disable them. I can put them all in the disabled folder. And it will cut out alright, that should be good. Yes, for now. That's a lot of parts, I know, but I think we might try to make a big room. And of course, I'm going to have to end up doing it on another save because this looks going to eat into parts. Yeah, see, this is how I want it. Where that, well, that's a good question. So see, that doesn't snap into anywhere really. Okay. But then if I do that, there's our okay, and then that just carries through. Okay. Basically that half step. But notice here, okay, and this is a variant that I haven't figured out, you know, exactly how to get, because I just kind of roll with what I do. But see how this right here is like a negative space, and then this has that line that meets right in the center, and it folds over like damn near perfectly. It does, actually. So I'm doing something here, and I'm not sure what. And yeah, see how that meets nice and perfect? And how this frames perfectly. This is why I need to keep this save going. Alright, let's get the heck out of here. After we save it. Need all this for this. We just need something simple. Parts are more important elsewhere. And let's probably put that somewhere where we might actually see it. Alright, save it. Oh, we got a shite ton more blocks here. We're done. We're not going to add any crazy things. And if we do, we'll find another way to deal with it. Julie Condi. I'm planning to make my return to No Man's Sky. Excellent. Oh, Julie, this is just an R&D area, just me messing around. I'm just noodling in these areas. Where is it? You kind of come in here, and normally if you can be with someone and you get the motion camera. Believe it or not, it wasn't too long. A couple hours. You know, once you get the, once I figured out, the technique I needed to make this, it was just repetition. So, a lot of repetition and patience. That's a good question. We'll take a look at that in a little bit. Again, I'm just trying to, now, I'm just kind of cleaning up my scaffold because I ran out of parts for what I'm working on now. And all this was built without mods. And as I was explaining earlier, I have recently added some mods to help me with my building, so it doesn't take so long, but it is still nothing that you cannot do on console, and I've done it all the way up until this point. I'm just fortunate now to have a mod that I can build freighter parts on terrain and not worry. I wish the characters would show up like they do when you build it, on your freighter, and the NPCs walk around. That would be really nice. Oh, we haven't gotten there yet. Okay. Dusty, thank you for gifting that membership. You're always doing that for me. Thank you so much. I don't know what it's all about, those memberships, but something was like, hey, this is available for you to do. And I'm like, okay. And Kiwi Pirate kept yelling at me about something. Kept saying something about something like memberships or something. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Now, again, I could make a crazier version somewhere else, Take this idea and expand upon it. Then we'll go back to working on the extension, the ER, where ER just dropped a video of his new build. You gotta check it out. Because ER is definitely one of my favorite builders. Forgot how much work this is. You're stuck in there, aren't you? Yes, you are. You are not going anywhere. Alright. This is always dangerous. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the setup on this is definitely what I would call a lot. But it's just, you know, stack, snap, stack, snap. It's not difficult once you have the base circle made. Everything else is pretty quick. I don't know. I think there's a stream or two that I'm making this. And if I wanted to make this again, mods would not help. I would have to do it the way I'm doing it, because it's the only way. The only thing mods are helping me with now is because I was using freighter parts and scaling, you know, parts via wire, and then ER did the base computer wire for me. So I had a, you know, a large one, larger than I could go with the standard scale method, which is nice for posters and decals. I got to be honest, because a lot of times you're like, man, I wish this would go, and you know, and fit over this thing, and it, you know, stops short, or you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. Wow, look at all these parts I'm gonna have. Nice. Come on, where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? I think we're okay. I think we're all right. Two. Oh, you can do it on console. Thank you, Julie. Appreciate that. Okay. Woo! I'm not sure how to do it. ER hooked me up on the thing I'm working on now. Not Julian. What's going on? Jay, welcome. But yeah, you can do that size glitch on console, yes. ER plays on a PS5. It's something to do with the base computer and enlarging that. And I just feel weird about base computer manipulation for some reason. I don't mind doing anything else, but when it comes to the base computer, yeah. Wow, I used up a lot of part and scaffold here. I mean, I had to keep bringing down the race initiator, you know, because that's how I put it in at the angles, right? So jarring. I gotta do the dream machine too. I gotta clean that up. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, but the wire, ugh. If you just get the wire, that's all you need, and it doesn't do that when you wire it in later. And you can only go so large anyway, you know. Otherwise it becomes ridiculous. Like generally the way you do it normally with, you know, a standard scale based part and a wire and all that. Woo, excuse me, where'd that come from? Yeehaw. Sounded like a donkey. Not Julian. These are just, you know, these are little playthings. Just to get ideas and, you know, use stuff later and have fun, you know. Nothing serious. All about making craziness. All right, back to work, and then we'll go somewhere and do some other kind of work. But yeah, I need to start scavenging. I think we're pretty clean. Ah, there we go. We try to get a little funky when we can. I wish I could play some good funk music while building and streaming. But thanks to Lux on YouTube, Spotify, Bandcamp, you name it, for allowing me to use this track, which is very Vangelis Blade Runner vibe. And I'll try to track down some music, new music soon that I can use. Because I love this, and it's perfect for background building. It does get a tad repetitive. I mean, I could have left one, right in a junction point, but I'm not going to add to these at this point, and in fact, I will probably eventually delete it. Like, I could have left that one right where the centers are, and I could even leave one ring here if I wanted to. Or a cube to start it again. Or we could simplify the setup to continue to add to it later if we wanted to, but retain, whatever parts. But there's also a reason this is called R&D. Whoa, hey, woo! And I'm sure I'll miss something somewhere along the lines. We'll find it later. And generally with a build like this, I can usually find a spot to, carry things on with. For example, here. So, I'll bring this in. If I really want to come back and do something here, I can. And I can notice a whole section of these I missed. that I'm gonna keep there for some no reason at all. Is there a reason? No, because I can't get at that anyway. The base computer is where? Base computer should be like right here somewhere. Is it on the other side? It's on the other side, okay. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, I mean, you could take, you do this and you don't want to worry about, or you could have the flashy bits on the outside, because you could layer it a different way, as opposed to, doing the kaleidoscopy bit. And we didn't turn this one on, or we went too far away from it and it shut off, as usual. Because it de-renders when you get too far away. Alright, I think we got a ton of parts, which is good. Let's get rid of some of this that we don't really need. Platform is sort of important, but we don't really want to go past that anyway. Let's get rid of that. Rando brick. I got you. Alright. We have cleaned up quite a bit of this. We've gained a number of new parts. Well, not new, but a number of parts we didn't have prior. This I want to leave set up because I think I'm going to come back and finish the room. I want to put this in the new area where I am now. Alright, let's go find a spot to do that. In our new area. Okay. And we could grid this out. I haven't done that yet, and I sort of want to at this point. I kind of feel like an idiot for, although, anyway, yeah. And I want to put this in there somewhere. Each one of these is just a slightly different pattern, that's all. Same part, different, configuration. That's all it is. Okie dokie. Did I save this yet? I think I did. That way. I don't know if I should work on this anymore. Just call it a day. Got potential. We'll leave it alone. Alright, let's get out of here. This one's got a ton of setup. And actually, take a look at that real quick. And I love this warp animation. It's so much nicer. Less jarring on your pupils. These are all done. The amount of block, the CPR that gets used for these is crazy. I'm not going to do the whole entire, I'm going to do this little section, and then I want to get to building. But I need parts. You reach the part limit. It's like, you can't build anymore. You have reached your part limit. And I'm like, you're kidding me. Oh, I hope that didn't delete something. And if it did, no big deal. Just build it again. It's kind of neat too. It's sort of like unveiling the building's actual design. You know, you don't have all these bits sticking out all over the place, all crazy and wacky. Normally I leave all this crap, but we're gonna again clean up. I need to do it. It's a necessity. I don't want to, because I'm always like, I could go back to that and add something, you know, to it that I learned or, you know, discovered or saw or whatever, a new part. In this case, no, yeah, all of this was built no mods. And again, currently I am just using, you know, a mod so that I don't have to cache pin glitch the freighters. Everything I do can be done on a console, just with more work, and I've done all the work. You know, I know how to do it. I've done it a lot. Oh, the warp visuals. Yes, that is a mod. Correct. And it is so pleasant. The standard one is so jarring. Yeah, it's all working the same. The warbly bits are still warbly. All the parts are there. Yep, we're good. Okay. This unfortunately is not gonna do me any good. I need to get save editor rocking. Nope, that's not where I wanted it. Oh well. Guess we'll do it again. It's good. All right. Bingo, bango, bongo. We have gotten a bunch more parts. And actually, I think I did. Yeah, I did strip off everything, but I left these sort of as a reference point. I could clean this up a bit. This doesn't need to be here. And we could actually probably trim that down. About here. Wires, wires everywhere. Deleting in the dark. Dangerous way to live, my friend. Because this doesn't have to make any sense. Just be floating here for no particular reason. Get rid of all of this. Wow, you don't really realize how many parts you've used until you're going through and deleting. Damn. The amount of setup I've used is ridiculous. You know, you get that dreaded, you have used all your parts. What is it? Can't build, reach part limit or something like that. You know, you start out building these things and you're like, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And then, you know, you start building something else somewhere else. And all of a sudden it tells you, guess what? You're not doing anything anywhere else. Go back, get some parts. You better be finished with what you're doing there. I think we're okay. Are you here for a reason? That's a block. It is. Alright, we'll deal with that afterwards. Right now, it looks like it doesn't belong there. And thank you for hanging out, keeping me company. I know this isn't super exciting except for the, is he going to delete something in freak out mode? It's kind of like watching, what is it, NASCAR and waiting for the crash, right? Will he delete a part he cannot return and then have to go and reload? So far back because he was an idiot and didn't save. Tune in tonight. And how did we get... Yeah, no. That I can't allow. No, 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 no. Matter of fact, because we can. Keone, welcome. Although this is sort of a fib, because I didn't build this when I had these parts. Otherwise, these would have been, you know, added in as a... Fabled Pilgrim, what's going on? Alright, we need to leave all of that. That should be fine. There's no extra pieces in here, that's for sure. We cleaned out the extra cone that we had there. How we doing on terrain edits in this area? I think we already did all the terrain edits, if I'm not mistaken. Around here. Alright, we're good. I know. You're not telling me something I don't know. Didn't you just like delete a bunch of parts so you could get some parts back and now you're putting these parts in? Yes, but no, this is not on ER's planet. No, that build is where we're going to in a little bit. And thankfully, since we're using mostly freighter parts, yeah, see how this all turned off now? Although, did it? Yeah, and then I love this pattern right here. I've been doing stuff like this for a while now, so, but it started with the base terminus, but then they changed the animation on that, and then and the fog amount and the light. They basically changed the part, and then they gave us this, which is a better thing to play with. Not Julian, what's going on? Someone may have mimicked what I did. If they mimicked this, then they went through some work. Oh no, the parts are fine. It's all just setup, and these are done. You know, this whole thing is done. This was an R&D as well. We got that new boundary seal, and I built this crazy contraption. It was the first thing I made when we got that. You know, I came in, built this giant thing, and then I've already stripped off most of the setup on this one. The only thing that's left are the things that I have the boundary seals on. Because it just helps when you're going to turn it on. It's just something to, you know, and I might actually change the color on it too, make it a little easier to see. But, you know, other than that. Okay. That's good. We've saved here. Now. And it's kind of neat too now that I can see this building without all the crap around it. Hold on, let me take a look at it. It's interesting. Alright, that's weird. Let me go look at that. Something might be missing there. One, two. Well, thank you. Could I turn on the dream machine for him? If you have 2 minutes, I can turn it on. Why do I feel like this? Alright, I feel... Oh no, that's an extra. That doesn't need to be there. See, and all the parts I just put in, I almost got back. Well, thank you for that. And I thank you for that bit of improvement area. There's always room for improvement. Well, these are some newer names I've seen in here. So if you have not seen what I am known for, just let me know. Or anything I've done in the past, which is some of this. This is, again, I got this part, and I'm like, all right, cool. Let's play with this part, you know, this new part. All right, let's upload this, so that way people can visit if they wish. And then if you can learn how to, oh, it's a portal, okay. If you figure out how to turn it on, these are easy if you see them. This one takes work. I do, but I haven't been building on it yet. I did a freighter build, and it was, man, I hate saying these things because it makes me feel weird, but I did a freighter build, and then right when I finally finished it and I did all this crazy stuff on it, they changed the freighter building, added the new parts, and screwed up my entire build. And I have yet to build. Well, I did an experiment on a freighter. But I will probably do another one now that I have new techniques and I can do building. Okay, and again, the stuff that I'm going to be able to do more freely, which I think Hello Game should just let us do anyway, which is open up the build menu so that you can build it on any terrain. So if I want to build, and they already did with the underwater, they allowed those on to land, and then why not allow the freighter build stuff to come on to terrain, and then the terrain stuff to go on to the freighter. You know, just open the build mechanic. We already have it, and we've shown that it works. And just, you know, rewriting a few things or chucking the mods in for everybody. You know, and maybe some of it is they want to, you know, let people, you know, mod and make mods. It could be a number of things. I don't know. I didn't make it. Ooh, you know what I do want to try though? And I love this about having mods too. I don't have to, I can just build. If I want another one of these, I don't have to glitch it in. You know, if I want one at another end of my build, you know, one at one end, one on the other. Like, come on. All right, black and gold is going to be black and yellow, I think. Green and silver. Blue and rose gold. Gray and silver. Let's go. Well, the only thing I want is a frickin' part counter so I know where I am. You know what I mean? Like, do I stop building now? When do I stop building? Alright, let's see what black and gold gets us. Ooh, that's a nice color. Ah, look at that. Yeah. Alright, I'm digging that. Alright, let's get this on. What color was it? Black and gold? And what's up with this doubling up of pieces? It's like, I know I didn't build two of them. That's what I'm talking about. A nice kind of solid blendable color, nothing, you know, that looks nice. Well, I'm using mods by Silent, who is on, he's got stuff on Nexus mods, and why is this, I hate when this does this and it, until you reload it doesn't show up as the color you put on it. Alright, let's upload this. I think we just did, but I want to do it again for some odd reason. And then I want to try a test. No, I don't. I do not actually. What color would these come out? It's a crazy color. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Look at that color, my friends. That's nice. I'm digging that color. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's a great color. Almost militant. It's good. Yeah, I have one of those. It's a very, very dark planet. All right, nobody gave me the answer on if I should build the, or turn on the machine, so I will not. Wish they could just open the color palette, please. Please do that. See? Nothing like it on these for the... But... And then we got some good lighting up here. We can see what that looks like. That is such a great looking color. Put that on some of the legacy parts. Wait a minute. Yeah. That's gonna be good. Okay. Sorry. I'm just enjoying our, why am I adding parts to this? Stop doing that. Get out of here. Stop! Oh, it's a wish list. Okay. Alright. My coffee's gross. I'm going to go warm it up. We've been sitting here for an hour and 40 minutes. So it's time to get up, stretch out, peel the peepers away from the screen, get up, do a bio break, get a beverage, get a snacky treat, wash your hands somewhere in between. And we'll be back in a few minutes. If you got to go going, I'm looking at that animation, and you can't stick around, thank you so much for stopping in and, you know, spending some of your very valuable time here with me. Don't forget to hit the like, subscribe, leave a comment, and all that jive. Ring the notification bell. It'll tell you when I'm back on again. But for those of you sticking around, get up, stretch out. We'll be back in a few minutes. Yes, I did, Captain. We're going to get into that in a minute. But yeah, we're just going to take our first break here. We're, you know, hour, 40 minutes in. And my coffee is at that nasty ass temperature. So we'll be back shortly. We'll see you in a minute. It's just nasty. Oh no, Jay, I'll be right back. Just taking a break. Unless you got to get going, then thank you for being here. But no, I'm just taking a little break. So, you know, a little bio break. All right, we'll be right back.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow.
Okay, we're back. Oof. All right. That looks really cool. I've been like staring at this, like that looks from here. It looks like a little fire. Like, doesn't it look like a little fire burning? On the but you get too close and you don't see it. Yeah, that looks even better. See, and that's the stuff, you know. I mean, you find these little bits. Oh, take care, not Julian. Thanks for being here and stopping in. You know, just it's these little things that make, you know, these subtle little differences, man, and that motion makes all the difference in the world in that life. And that's why I wish, you know, we could get a, all right, so this one here is taking up 3,000 parts in itself. Oh, I love this warp screen. It is so much better. And there's a, you know, setup and stuff in here. But we basically took this, made it a little cleaner. This one we made more rusty, and yeah, maybe I do need to make that pad. Alright, we'll do that. Damn it. I gotta remember how I did that. I come out with those. Switch from that to that. Bring that to that. Yep. Okay. Definitely want to throw a billboard like that up. I want to remake this somehow. I forget how I did it, but I'm sure it's just a flipping of a floor. But I like the yellow. Adds a nice touch. It's a little different, almost neon. I want to add a red building, but I don't think ER will like it. We only have the choice of red and blue. The green would be nice. Green would have been perfect. I gotta do that in the new one. I want to add one of these in the new one. And this is just basically, you know what? I could delete this because I have everything like this now only over at ERs, you know? I mean, I'm missing some buildings, but I went way more part heavy here, whereas I'm more freighter part. So I think I want to add this somewhere. And see, like, these buildings are like, you know, they're part heavy. Like, there's way more freighter parts and they take up a lot more room. These buildings, unfortunately, to get that, you know, facade look of windows, you know, those take up quite a bit of parts. Landing pad's not too bad on parts. How many? 1, 2. Alright. Yeah, I could delete this and be fine. And I want to do a building in there like this one. Might not be as tall, but maybe. I think maybe this stuff for the underground. I'm just trying to get a little inspiration. Okay, I like this one a lot too. Yeah, that goes. Yes, one of these and then one of the round ones at the bottom. Okay. Definitely want to do that. But I like this. And how this. Yeah. Okay. We're going to throw one of those in there. So it's a flipped over that, a regular right side up of that. Okay. All right, let's get out of here. Let's go over to the other spot. Yeah, that looks good like that. I like that. I'm going to overbuild this one, I think. I'm not going to be able to because I'm going to have to eventually. I want to keep the one near ER for as long as I can. Unless he deletes his, then I'll delete mine, but... The rest of these should have nothing on it. Actually, no, I know one of them does. And it's not important. That's right. I think I did like a weird circular build or something and I was practicing, and then I'm like, there's no need. No, not this. We can delete that. We were going to build something there, but decided against it. Because it wasn't consistent. There was this tower that had little pots of fire on it, but, you know, it wasn't consistent. I was going to make this... Yeah. Never mind. And I want to make a new hologram box, like the wall. I want to do another wall. Yeah, it's still early. I got time. Yeah, plenty of time. We can make something. I had something built. Ah. Alright, it wasn't here. I love this warp animation so much more. It's so much... One, it matches the aesthetic a lot better. You know, all this. Two, it's not, you know, eye gouging. And for people who are sensitive to flashing bits, you know, this is so much nicer. I think we should get rid of the Deepwater R&D, but there's some neat things in there. Ooh, yeah, no, I need to keep that so I can decorate this. Do I have anything at the center? And does it matter? Oh. What is this? I would never build this. Oh, that's somebody being a jerk. Got it. I need this. I don't want to go looking for another one. Kidding me? Look at this crap. Do I have another build somewhere in Eisentam? I mean, that was just jerky. These I understand, and they're not horrible. This thing is just, come on, like, who's the D? Come on, really? You can't even do it cleanly? Alright, you know what? This must be, gotta be one of the, yeah, you know what I want to say, and I can't think of it for some reason. We're in Euclid? I thought we were in Eisentown. Oh no, we're in the center. Yeah, we're good. We don't need that base. We're out of here. Okay. We do need a portal in Euclid, but that's just the center, so I should be okay. Yeah. We can find one too. Not, you know. It doesn't take too long these days, thankfully. You know, Fable, I'm not going to argue with you. But I mean, if I had too much nip, I'd at least try to. But I guess that's me. I like want to make a nice path and. Hat here. All right, let's go build. Yeah, shall we? Think it's time we actually do that, maybe. I'm just trying to clear out all the stuff I can. You know, get all the parts back I can. Don't know about this. We're gonna delete one of these completely. The pictures are wrong. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. Sorry. I know, we'll get there. Trust me. I gotta start figuring out how to end. I'm gonna take a different picture of this one because this is not the same one as the other one. This was the first one. I didn't have a base built there either. It was just a way for me to have a portal. And I don't remember building that with anything around me. I mean, this one's nice. It's got a nice look to it. Alright, isn't that just a repeat? It is just a repeat. I can get rid of that later. Oh, there you are. Well, each one of these R&Ds has a thing I want to kind of still mess with to see what it does. But now we'll actually go and work where we're working. But I had to get as many parts as I could. Well, thank you, Fable. Alright, we need a way up here. We gotta... Alright, we're gonna throw something down in here. Yes, we are now back to our regularly scheduled program. I needed the parts though. I had no parts available to me. So got that red which you never see. All right, now, even though I have the mod to get whatever scale I need, I'm going to keep these around. Those are the same size. Phasing is different though. Because having the wire thanks, baby. But we can get, yeah, I can leave these as our, yeah, let's do that. Let's leave that set. That's our base set. Then we can get rid of all this. And call in a wire when we need it. And also, I can delete most of these floors. Oh no, because this, what's that do? Yeah, that goes to that, so no, I can't. Okay. I need to either switch these over to crater pieces or do something about that. Alright. Hello? Hello? Don't even. Okay, they're there. Racetrack terminal? Oh, that's the... Don't even. About to see somebody get very cranky very quickly. Alright. No, just needed a reload. need something over here. Do I have one? Nope. Oh yeah, right? Those are nice. If I was to build a tripod, do you reckon a large angled block would be best for the feet, or the smaller version resized? I'd have to see. For the feet, not the leg of the tripod? What are you using for the leg of the tripod? You know that. Here, let's do something here. That way when you're looking at it that way. Ah, or I just end it here with a wall. Alright, now here's the nice stuff. Oh, oh. I don't know, I'd have to see it, Jay. That's kind of how I am. Alright, if we do this. We can end it. Throw another big thingamadiggy here. Yeah. And see, I can look at, and this is what I love about this, I can actually look and see, you know, what it's going to look like before I get I hate these big lumps. The lump. Okay, so then... Alright, this is where things get weird, right? But thankfully I can try these things, and that's, you know, I can go into the freighter parts, grab that, see where the stairs are going to go from somewhere, you know? You know, sometimes you need to bring that um, that cue back into play if you want it to, you know, do something. Never understood the wall. The only thing that, I mean, on the interior, but why it does it on the exterior. But if you have, and again, you can just experiment a little bit, right? And a lot of this we want as facade. Yes, I want you to be able to get into some of it and, you know, get to, you know, whatever, but it's more as a, uh, you know, place to put some signs, maybe. But I, you know, and also like go in and see a little shop or visit a, you know, whatever. Try to get some interesting looking things going on. Alright, so if I do a wall in the corner, how is that going to affect? That way I'm looking at it this way. I have no interruptions from that. If I do one here, bump, bump, bump. Thank you, Jay. It's either going to hold or it's not. We're trying our luck, I know. But hopefully after, you know, some time and stability. Ah, it's so great. I'm telling you. It saves so much time, so much effort, so many sore thumbs. So much controller abuse. You know, we don't have that anymore. Alright, if I do a wall here, boom, and we do a little exit, then you can see the planet. You can see that from other areas anyway. I should have, yeah, I do. We have a viewing deck specific. And I'm sure we'll get into here when some windows, or we'll make some sort of upper area for that. I'm trying to have as many things connect as I can get to connect. We're also trying to keep what was I going to try to say? Oh yeah, some of the cubes. Although we could at this point replace our cube. Double tap, what's going on? Like, see, this doesn't work here, right? Because that's at a slightly different level, which is what I wanted. But you get in that way. Alright, what goes this way? Alright, so there's no way to get into here. Okay, perfect. We're going to come over here. Yeah, and that's a nice thing. If I don't like it, guess what? I move it. Alright, that didn't work there. That's why we have that, okay. What about you? Bunch of dirt. And no way around. Okie doke. You don't work there. Neither do you, or you, or you, or you, or you. So that means that this is purely facade right here. Although I wonder something. Alright, let's try this. Boom. Boom. That mean I could... Okay, now that's open. come all the way out. Boom, boom. Yeah, that wouldn't be worthwhile. Okay, so now on that, we have a facade. No worries. I'm all right with that. Not 100% on that. And ER's build is not showing up the way it should. That's kind of a drag. Damn it. Um, good enough. We could get it accurate, but this works without doing a bunch of other work. And these pieces, because they take up so much real estate, you know. What was I going to do here? I'm going to do something. Oh, Badger, what's going on? Damn it, you're right. Alright, so that means I gotta do a bunch of friggin' stuff I don't want to do. Actually, I still have to disassemble and reassemble. No disassemble! Come on. See, and not like it's gonna, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't know if that's in there or not. Hey, now Julian, welcome back. Somehow managed to delete what I didn't want to delete. Alright. Of course. Don't even tell me. Why are you being such a pain? Alright, what the heck? I mean, I can get it back. I don't want to do it that way, but I guess we're going to have to, because the game is being the game. You worked before, but you won't now, huh? There. Alright, now that we got that, grab this, which should be there. Not shooting very far. we not flip over the right? That's not bad in a way. Get this out of the way. Now, I'm pretty certain. Okay, there it is. I was in the wrong spot. Okay. That explains a whole lot. Minute distance? What? Kind of like that staggered look, though. That wasn't bad. It actually looked halfway decent. Nice. Alright, we'll figure out how to finish this part. Ship won't be able to land. This is what's cool about the mod, though. I don't have to wire stuff. Collision bubble, gotta love it. Look at that. Holy crap. Yeah, it's sort of odd where that hits. got to be a way to blend this into that. But it hits that. Yeah. Damn it. Okay. No. And then if I do it like this, then you got to put something behind it in order to blah blah blah. Okay. I don't know, my friends. Trying to figure out what I should do here. Could flip it. Might be the way to go with that. Because this here, what are you gonna do? Well, you are gonna flip. Alright, so if I do that. We go to there, that brings it out way too wide. Okay. Alright, instead of both of those, which I don't think we would need. Oh. have to worry anymore. That's right. Hey, sound out there. What's going on? We need a light. Okay, that's a complete shear. Maybe time to redesign. I mean, I didn't want to do the exact same thing I just did. Because one, the part doesn't match any of the other parts. So, there's that. Not horrible. Better than it was. Alright, we'll make a spot for large vehicles. Should probably do a bay as well. Yeah, that works. I am okay with that. Alright, we added in something that is interesting. Alright, this comes over here. I'm going to keep some of these cubes around just in case. But we don't need to, do we? We really don't. I'm like doing this as a precautionary measure. That we need to keep. I like this overhang. That's nice. We'll fill this with something. And instead of, looking into a cave, we'll put another wall of wonder right here. Okie dokie. I just got to figure out how to do it. Huh. No. The right way, maybe. If I flip it over and... but not for now. I like that better. That works. Okay. Just trying to figure out what we're doing here, my friends. Cleaning up a little bit of the mess so that we can move forward. Today has been kind of mess cleaning day. All right, I think we are at a point where we can do something. But I need to take a minute and warm up my coffee. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. And if you do, thank you for stopping in. But I'll be right back. My coffee, I can feel it is at gross temperature. So give me a minute. Be right back.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip, haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke.
Alrighty, we're back. Alright, let's go build a wall. I think we've cleaned up enough. Let's do a nice save. I gotta be honest, when we loaded in and that wasn't working, I was nervous. Is a good word. We'll deal with that. Shoot the dirt. Shoot the glass. That's an easy movie quote. You can't get that one. I have no hope for you in movies. This we are gonna need though. That one, good. That one I want to keep. But I don't really need to. Excuse me. Yeah, we can get rid of that. That one we need. Okay, save. Whoa, hey, buddy. Slow down there, bud. All right, saved. Now we build a wall. And let's see how high it gets, and then we'll lower what we need to make it work. I think the corner, I'm trying to think if we need we want this corner. I think this corner is the way to go, because we're not getting anything looking this way or that way, except for it will when you go in here, but big deal. Okay. All right, here's a first problem. All right, so what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to start with the cube. Cuboid room. Yay, okay. So what we want to do is we want to go in the middle of that. And then we want to put our floor there, I think. And when I say what we want to do and what we actually end up doing, nice sound out there. I think this got mine going. I always forget which way is what here on this, so bear with me, please. I think it's the opposite way you want to go. Oh wait, no. would work too. Alright, just because I'm curious. What if I just did that? That. That would bring me too far out. Okay. So nay. But it's a nice little adjustment. I'll keep that in mind. Alright, then you, the deer, to remove you. And then that to that. That. That to that. And that pushes us right where we want to be. Sugar. Which is nice if you want to border out your Duke. We got a nice split there. We should be able to keep that looking pretty spanky. You know, if you want, you can bring this in. You do the same thing, you get a weird overlay. Keep that in mind. 2, 3. But what we're going to do here is we're going to flip these floors anyway, right? Right? So we don't need this yet. But anyway, that gets you kind of where you need to be, if you know what I mean. Alright, so what we're going to do is we are going to... There are a couple ways you could do this. If you want to be safe or if you want to just go crazy and not worry about losing stuff. But it depends on if you're using mods or not as well. Because that is going to get you... And we might as well keep our tools here because we're going to need them for a little bit. Oops. Look at that, a torch that works. Not all, that word I'm looking for. Foggy? The fog in this game is, it's a real problem, eh? What's nice about this mod too, if you are playing on PC, is you get your legacy parts, which is, in my opinion, super damn important to have these. I think they make wonderful wonderful bits. Okay, and we can create room in order to move around. We needed to end this somewhere. It needed to stop. Otherwise, I'd just be like, let's build some more we're gonna have an extension that will allow us to overbuild later if we decide to, which I have a feeling we're going to. I have a feeling this is going to end up being, me building next to ER going, let's have fun. And just build to my heart's content. Never mind. I was like, can I just use these? But no, you need to move that wall in that fractional bit in order to get this to work. So, yeah. Okay. So, nay. We say nay. Nay than a nay. And this will end up being what I want, which will be sandwiched in between this. We'll cover some of that, or we'll do whatever. I don't know, man. What I want to do, what I'm going to end up being able to do, are going to be two very different things, unfortunately. I hope I have. I'm still uploadable at this point. That may change shortly. Timing is everything when it comes to place building. You know what? I have a spot for it down here. I could do another one. It's all about the fun things to look at. The buildings are kind of secondary in a way. I mean, yes, that's just as important in a lot of ways. Don't get me wrong, but it's the walkthrough, and you're like, oh, da 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 da. That I might have to change. Coming through, and, we'll have more signage, and we'll have little bits and pieces everywhere. And I'm going to add, some of the newer structure stuff on the outside to kind of, if I can anyway, as much as possible. And then we come down here, we see this. We'll throw something here. We'll throw a stairway down. And that will be our... And if we have, you know, we can add in some large-scale towery bits to kind of finish this off here, you know. And then if we have to, we'll overbuild later and go from there. All right, so now we're going to do this thing here that we do. Yep, alright, we can get at them. Just testing to make sure. I mean, I can move that, it's not a big deal, but I kind of want to see where our, you know, what our spatial stuff is, what we're going to have to cover up later. Because we're going to have to cover it. But that's nice to see. That might create a problem after, but we can change it if we need to. Actually, we're probably going to need to. Okay, there's that. Oh. Get rid of this one now. Didn't need one there. Can't get rid of this one now. All that. Then, where things get a little tricky, we're gonna have to. Oh, shoot. Did I go the wrong way? Might have gone the wrong way on that. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, alright. Shoot. I was like, that should go in. 1, 2. Okay. 3, 4. Yep, yep. More yep. Stuff. Extra stuff. More extra stuff. And then we do this. Boop, 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 boop. Actually, you know what I wanted to check? Yeah, I don't have all the posters and stuff. I was hoping I was going to get them all with the mod, but no such luck. Save editor. What was I doing? Alright, I did that. I need a race initiator. We're doing our test. And you are located right there now. Oh. Now I need that piece. I'm like, that'd be hard to see. Pardon. Coffee burp. Okay, there's that. I moved that. You shouldn't be able to get at it from there, unfortunately. But you leave the cube where it is. You can delete that one and then just bring this up. Oops. Now you got your safety cube. And you'll notice I have like all these areas just in case I do something silly and delete something I shouldn't. And then once you have that, it's going to be easier for us to work here like this. something that we can add in. And again, this is what's nice about having this particular mod. I can just build these without, like, keep the, cuboid room there and go in and out of the freaking menus 1,000 times. Know what I mean? Alright, so now we have these. And actually, we should probably keep this out for now, to be honest. Now that I'm thinking about it. And then we're going to do what we did over there to cover it up. We'll use that wall bit. And if I have to, I'll do something over here. But I want to kind of try to keep this here if I can. Alright, now we go 1, 2, down to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we add in the favor. That double up stuff really freaking double mint crap. Alright, here's that. And then the one thing we got to check too is where the screens end up. So if we have to, we're going to move these around. I should have looked at that when I did the test, but it's better. You won't really know until you get here anyway. So, because when you move those blocks, sometimes they will change position on you and cause you much strife. Okay. I'm wondering. I turn that into that. What do we get? We'll get there later. Alright, first we need to get these in place. Alright, so once that's in, and we go 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that goes right over a little bit. So we're gonna go, what did we do in the last time? 1, 2, 3, right? Yeah, boom. Boom, boom. And that comes down right to that line there-ish. Alright. Boom, boom. And boom, boom, boom. Let's go up a half with that. I am curious if that's going to do what I think it will do. Because if we go up, that brings that up a little bit, right? Let's go up. Let's give it a shot, shall we? Although, with our, I think that's where it needs to be honest. But let's try it anyway, just for hardy hars, and see what we get. And if we don't like it, we don't use it. But I think it's where it needs to be honest. You're starting to make me crazy. Did that change anything? No, did it? Yeah, it should be there. Alright. Huh? Alright, we're gonna try this all over again. This one we know is where we want it. We've already messed with that. It's too high any other way. Or too low, depending on how you look at it. Okay, then that's our normal. That's our halfway. Okay, that's what I was doing wrong. Okay. Like, why are those in the same spot? Oh, because you didn't move it, you moron. It's going to be too hot. I know this. I can tell you already it's not going to be what I want. Yeah. Now, I could... do a repeat of bunk, right? Okay. No, because I would have to put that back in its original spot. I think I'm overthinking this. I think what I've had working has been working. So 1, 2, 3. And then that is nice and tight to the floor. Yeah. The only other thing I'm thinking is, and then where it meets is in the middle. Yeah, we're good. Middle-ish, as middle as we can get, without getting insane in terms of and then we just repeat over here, right? So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Those. That, get that. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Oop. Save. That will cut off with something. That will come back in. That will come back in. Alright, we'll worry about how to cover it up later. I'm not going to worry about that now. Deal with that afterwards. That's not going to be high enough. Now we could... No, I'm not even going to worry about it. We're going to do something else with that. Could figure that out later. I think we're going to need to figure that out later. Alright, because if this goes up here, do that. Going on with all that, that can go here. Alright, I'll deal with that when the time comes. I could extend that out. We'll deal with that when we get there. Not right this minute, because I like that. I think all I need to do is force in something there. All right. Okay, this still isn't the one where we get a line in the middle. But this is the one we can do this with, which is different than what we have over there. We could do another sparkly wall, but the whole point was to kind of... Now, if I do this... Just curious. A singular line without me having to do that. And add in all those extra parts. Okay. Or no, it's about the same. Never mind. It's essentially the same. It's 4 parts per layer and whatnot. Did I put a... Please tell me I put a paper down. I did. Smart. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 3, and then how do I get from there to there? Oh, right there. 1, 2. Oh, now that's sparkly. Alright, we get sparkly wall that way. Okay. Now, if we start again with our floor panel. Here and here, and let's say we add it here, 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 and here. It gets us a vertical line. And I don't need to know why I have that other one down there. As long as this one's here, I'll always have that set up. Alright, but this we're going to try doing this, that, that. This would be... No, still not. Okay. Gotta figure out how I did that other one. So, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4. Oh. Okay. Save. Now see, that just lays over on that. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so that's one way to do what we want to do. Then we got this problem, which is not really a problem because we can figure out how to deal with it. Ooh, pardon. Which would be take this and put that there. And then take that there. I think this is what we did with our other one. And we take this, that, that, there. I know what we could do with that. Or we could, could end it here. Just call that a day. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 there. It's 1, 2, 3, 7. Okay. Take. I guess. That actually it does. I'll deal with that afterwards. Not super concerned about it right now. That's an edge you'll have to clean up. Don't care about that. Probably go look at how I did the other ones, huh? Probably have to flip something around, I bet. And this can all be changed, you know, it's just a pattern, that's all this is. But I like the way that this is looking so far. You know, not bad. We could sparkle it. We could, you know, change all this. We're going to keep those, you know, pavers where they're supposed to be. You should be good. And this I could probably get away with. I don't know if I'd want to. And we'll, you know, we might find a better way to go about this, you know what I mean? But temporarily we could do that, which I'm actually okay with. It's not a horrible, you know, yeah, and then we could throw like some stuff here and on the other side, you know, and it creates a decent, you know, a decent pillar. We could change, you know, actually, that's probably what I would do, is maybe, you know, do something with the light bits, you know, double this up, then maybe bring it around here to the other side, do that. But for now, just so it's not distracting and we know where our border is, you know, we can deal with all the other bits later, you know. And then that way we have that to look at, and we know that we should be okay. And I like how this sort of interrupts the wall. That works. I don't know how bad it is in here. Oh, we can make that work. Yeah, put a little sign over there. You're good to go. Perfect. Alright. And then as we're looking at this one, we're not seeing that other one down here until we get to here. And I'm kind of trying to figure out if there's a way I can make this work in our advantage where it shows through everything. It's not quite there yet. But I'll try a few things. So far, from most viewpoints, it's actually really good. It works pretty well, you know. All right, that needs to change because that is causing a problem with lighting. We're getting a big blast of light here from somewhere. Could just be the sunlight and time of day. Yeah, it is, okay. But like most view of this is pretty good, you know. I wish I could catch the bubbles not. Yeah. You know, it tends to make sense, you know. At least to an extent. All right. And that draws you down. I like that. That gives you a draw. Follows sort of the curvature here. And then I got to do something along those lines up on this level here. I'm thinking this spot. And then, because I'm thinking when you're looking at these, you know, what else is going to be around to distract and use that thing. Here you get a little bit of that down there, but that's okay. And I'm just thinking if I'm down here looking at this wall, I'm not going to have any interruptions if I'm looking over here at this section here. Right? Right? Then you come down, this sort of ends out the city area here. Then you can come out, and if we wanted to, we could, you know, breach that around. I can cover this, but we're gonna need this for, you know, whatever we put in. And then have that. And if we wanted to get like super funkadelic, we could probably throw, spin something around here and do something crazy and continue it on the other wall. But I think for right now, and that's, later on down the line, we could flip this whole thing and have a dual. It would be the same on both walls because we'd have our, and this is what I'm trying to do with our next sort of thing. I want to do a pillar with, a wonder, so as you walk around it, it's a little, a little thing, you get different perspectives. And I'm almost debating on, well, when we get into it, we get into it. And we're either going to do that today or we'll wait for the Sunday stream. But this I'm digging. If we wanted to, we could get, a little funky and, breach this around. But I kind of liked how that sort of stuck in there, became part of it. We can, finagle, because you're still seeing the seven lines, right? Oh, hey, I went over here for a reason. Nope, that's the right way. Okay. If I take... Did I put anything on that? Did I cover that? No? Although that does look up higher than what I have. Okay. Because it is. And that's because I did this. Okay, what did I do on that? Whoop. All right, you are what? You're up higher. How did I get you higher? I want to get higher. Okay, is that because, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Did I go up like that? No, that's way too high. Hey, I thought it was smart. I was. Okay. Well, that works. Part of it. Does not work for the rest of it. So, if I take that, flip that up, oh no. Okay. Ah. And fixed. Oh, how I love that. Okay, so if that's there, we could do some adjustments, move all that in, blah, blah, blah. But why? When all we need to do is I flip this. No. No, no, no. Hmm. That's up higher, but not by like a ton. So, oh, I think I know what I did. All right, let's try it like this. I think I remember. I could be wrong. In fact, I might be. Because that might be too much of a lift. Indeed it is. Alright, so it wasn't that. wait a minute. Yeah, I think. This whole doubling up thing is really starting to get worrisome. That's too high. What the heck in Pfeffer did I do? Hash and Pepper Incorporated here. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? I did that. No? That's the same height. Never mind. Yeah, okay, I didn't do that. See? Eventually we figure it out. What are you doing back there? Oh, never mind. What are you doing there? Do that. That brings us up just enough. And that hides everything. Brings it right to the rail. Get rid of that. That. And then we should be able to take this. And there. That should lift up to that as well. That. Nice. Same thing over here. That down. That up. Get rid of that. And do that. Ta-da! I remembered. But now we have the nice wall, right? Okay, I'm gonna. I know I keep taking breaks, but my area that is currently not feeling great is a little agitated today. Welcome back, not Julian. I'm about to take like just a couple of minute break. I'm dealing with some muscle pull injury, and we're not happy with it. All right, so this one we do that. That seems a little higher, doesn't it? Well, it'd be even. No, we're okay. It would be even if we, you know what I mean? We're evenly cut here, so. It is a little bit higher though, isn't it? All right, what if we try doing that? We use this one instead. We get exactly what we want. Aha. Perfecto. Sometimes you just gotta, give it a minute. All right, folks, so please bear with me. I apologize. I know, like, again, I've taken a couple of extra breaks today, but I can't sit here for that long and not be uncomfortable. All right, so I will be back in a few minutes. Thank you for bearing with me. If you can't stick around, thank you for staying for as long as you have. I appreciate it. But I got to get up for a little while and move around and stretch out. So I will be back just a few minutes, and we'll see you shortly. All right.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip, haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip, haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. stars in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow.
Alrighty, got my backup beverage, warmed up my coffee a little bit. There, now we're back. Alright, now we move this one into place. And this is where it's going to get funky because it's going to cut into here, but that's okay. We'll make these work somehow. I don't know how yet, but we will. I'll get there. So, unfortunately, because most of this is, purely experimenting with everything, what I am subject to a lot of times is wait a minute, something not work right? Yeah, duh. Why do I feel like something's wrong here? What did I do wrong? We did something right and wrong, all in the same. Let's get rid of all of these, but one. Ah, okay, because we had that freaking problem. Wait a minute, is this where it needs to be? Yeah, we're good. What the hell? No, we're not. Alright. Alright, let's get rid of these. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Add that. And that. Remove that. Add in that. No, it's... We had it. Where was it? Damn it. Damn you. Right there, maybe? I hate when I do this to myself. It looked perfect a second ago. There it is. Yeah, it's right there. Okay. Then we would take our wall. Boom, 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 boom. We'd remove that. We would then proceed to lower that. Yep, because we have the same effect. Perfect. Okay, yep, alright. We got it now. We know what we're doing. Bump. Okay. And then we just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Sure. And that should... Oh, wait a minute. Nope, that needs to come out. Alright. The flame. The flame is getting in the way. You kind of come out one more here. That's right, I think it's a little bit taller. There, and there, yep. Does that still give me that? No, it doesn't. Kinda does. Oh, yes, it does. Yeah, no, we're okay. We're okay, we're good. Alright. That connects to that. That should be flush to that. Okay. And now we do the same thing here. Alright. There we go. And done. Done. Nope. Hey, how about just keeping that freaking thing there, buddy? It might help, huh? That looks right. Is that where it needs to be? I don't know, we'll see. Alright, we'll get rid of you anyway. And you, and we'll bring you in. Doot. And we'll bring you out of the way altogether, which I should have done in the first place, but I didn't. Out one more, don't I? Yes, I do. Now we could micro adjust the crap out of this if we wanted to, but and it's already set up to do so. We could also, in this instance, take a, you know, like a, because I bet you that won't interfere too much with what's going on in here. If at all. So potentially we could, but it's a lot of parts. Now this, unfortunately, which looks good. Excuse me. We might be able to get away with that. It does look the best. Oh, that doesn't look right. 'Cause it's not. Are you being a pain? Are you a non-rotating without a partner? No. There you are. Okay. I had to flip something, I guess. That comes into here, which is not great, but we could make that work. That would have to get cut down. Match this. That goes there. And then that brings that to about there. Three, four, five. That gives me a center. And 3 and an offset, which is okay. No, wait a minute, because that's not at all. No, we need to start that over. Okay. That's not that. But hopefully we can just pull that in there. This would be that. And that. Getting that. Still have a problem here. Actually, I wouldn't even need that. Oh, this comes down. Slight overlap, but it's not bad. It actually creates a nice little design. Excuse me. This one fits better for some reason. Oh, because I'm being a moron. But that's a nice shape. I like the long rectangular bit there. That works. I'm okay with that. Keeps us in the same plane on that bit. And then this come down. That would go here. This there. That could come out of here to save a part. There's a couple of things we could do here. We could save parts by flipping this. That gives me 3. Yeah, that's good. 3 here, that's where you're looking at. Kind of like, not eye level, but, you know, you're not looking down here. So that works. Okay. Here's our major issue. But I think I know how to fix it. And then here we can have some other doohickey-milly. And then actually, no, let's not do it like that. I know it's more parts, but we can. I don't know. We could do it like that. And the top one is no. And Bob. That should get rid of these. No, I don't want to. I like the light in that. Although we should change the color. Let's go. Okay. Well, I'm not worried about that right now. That's color choice crap. We can glitch in one piece and copy and paste. Because this is already different color than that, so. Good. what's nice about this too is it hey Hellboy. It's fractional. No, I don't like that. That I can live with. I can show you again. It's pretty simple. The basic setup is pretty straightforward. 16K build, it might end up being that. No, I can't. That doesn't work. Alright, this I gotta figure out what I'm doing with this. I mean, yes. Big giant billboard. Problem is, on this one, not ideal, but when I could probably cover this with one big panel. Hold on, 1, 2, 3. not really. I'd still have to use, but it would still save me a bunch. Alright, we might switch over to that. I'll try that. So our biggest problem right now is this gap. That's our main issue. Can we bring that up? Alright, if you're working off of here. And, oh, I love this. I love this. And I want to bring you to here. You're going to crash right into all of that. Not as big of a problem as I thought. And then we can do something to cover that. Those little monitors we'll make use of. It'll be on the outside of everything. This is the end point. Easy enough. We can cover that with some mechanical bit, like big something or other. We can scale up. We can hide that with that. Alright, I think we're not too shabby. Now, again, this is probably going to end up being facade, which is fine. Although, we could don't put the door here. Where can we put the door? Alright. Put the door here. Excuse me. Ugh. Jerry, you still here? I'm so sorry, bro. Losing my mind today. Much like most days. No. Tra-la-la. And actually, I might change that over to the other kind. Just all right. I will show you
Feel pretty good. And I'm not scared at all. I just feel kind of invincible.
Me too. I got a very positive attitude about this.
Good, me too.
Yeah.
that. Nope. You have no idea how nice this is. Just to be able to get through all this. The only thing is it's so easy to build now. It's like, oh, you know. I had to throw in like a larger wall just to eat up space. And I'm probably just gonna maybe keep, yeah, I probably have to, I gotta do something with that. We're gonna see what we get. All right. Sorry, Jay. I'm on it. I swear. I promise right now. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I gotta get it laid out with the regular stuff because the big stuff doesn't snap. So I gotta lay it all out, find my centers, get all my stuff done, and then I'll do it later, you know? Once I'm happy with my final product of whatever we're gonna do, then I'll get in and I'll, you know, do a large panel. But yes, you are absolutely correct. Because that way we will not have spent as many parts. Okay. Quick rundown on how to do this. First, Jay, you have legacy parts? You need the legacy metal floor to get this rolling. Okay. So, you are going to flip a floor rather, excuse me. want to do it like this. Okay. You'd have that. Once you have that, you're gonna take a cube. Oh. Take the cube, sorry. Cache it. Copy. Get frustrated. There we go. So you should have that. Then I always have a backup. We just did this a little while ago, but I'm going to do it special for you. Then you're going to get rid of that cube. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come up to your wood. Get your small timber wall. Preferably not a different color, but you can tell it's it's completed when you see the repetition. Once you've got that, get rid of all your pavers because you have a backup here and you have one down there. Once you've done that, you can drop this down, get it out of your way, have it as a backup. Again, it's always good to have, but you don't want it clouding your movement here. And you're gonna switch it. Always keep the lower one original so you have something to bring up in case everything fails. Once you have that, you're going to drop your cube. 1, 2. You're going to grab a pyramid. And you're just testing right now, so it doesn't really matter where this lines up, okay? At this moment. Then you come down to your race initiator, fire that in. Should look something like that. Then you take your top floor on all this rail here and you slide it until you get to that position there. Then then move that so that it sits in here. Okay. Make sure that your screen is behind what you want to be viewing. Right? Your main viewing plane, what you're looking at, make sure that screen's behind it like this, right? So this is our front. And that's why you see me turning the cubes and everything all the time. I'm always hitting the left bumper and I'm spinning it. It's not always the right direction. If I were on the other wall and I did that, it would flip the other way, I think. But I always hit the left, so I know I always have a standard to start with. So once you got that, you can remove this, and then everything goes from there, right? So I would remove the cube, back this up, remove this cube, bring this down to the new floor, drag that up, replace the cube, delete these. Now you have your spare for this setup, right? And you can always get your original off of your main floor panel, this one here. Once you have that, you can delete your short walls. And probably not a bad idea to, I mean, it's covered here, but you want to do that. Get rid of all the short walls. And that's why, just in case you decide to move this for some reason, you have your backup. And you have your backup of your backup. Alright, so once you have that, what you do is you get that out of the way now. You come down 1, 2. So there's your starting point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom, 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 boom. Grab your paver. Your pyramid rather. Make sure that your snap point dot is a full circle in front of you. It's either going to be facing the right way or not. And then just repeat the process here. Then you're going to take your paver, snap that on top of the cube, get your race initiator, and do that. Screen's behind, we're good. Bring this back so you have a holder just in case. Take that cube, go up 1, 2, 3, I believe. I think it is, yeah. Do that. Now we're shooting it down in the other direction. Yeah. And then that should meet right here in the middle. And you go from there. And then you take this one. You don't even need to keep this one. As long as you have this, it's there. But if you, just for quickness, you just bring these back. And now you have a spare, to put these in if you accidentally delete one. And that's pretty much it. Then you switch these out with this and this. Or mix them, or whatever. You can mix and match. You can use the legacy triangular floors, large, small, any of the metal floors you can mess with. You can get all kinds of different wacky designs. That is how you do all of that. And then once you have all that, that's how you get all the other stuff. And not too difficult, Jay, you know what I mean? A couple little things and Yeah, that works. I'm liking that. See, that works. As you're walking. Yeah, it shows you there, but big deal. Hologram. Light, you know. And the twinkly bits work. A little bit of water every once in a while. I think we can see a bubble every now and then, maybe from here, I don't know. Like the use of the ladder thing? Not sure what you mean. Which ladder thing do you speak of? Oh, the floor stepping. Gotcha. Right. Gotta figure out what to do with that. Okay. And then you just take those, you know, parts and you make this. And then you know, noodle around more and you get, you know, different things here and there. This is kind of where I'm going with all this. Like, it is sort of never ending. And see, we always have a starting point. Until you're 100%, you leave your, setup there. I mean, that was taught to me years ago. If you're 100% happy, then you can change. And I think what we did here was this. And now we're back. Sort of. And now we're back. Nice. Alright, so now if we... Alright, we're done playing with this for right now. I'll keep that there because we are using that. And actually I probably should have kept the floor, but no big deal. I want to save it and I want to reload it and I want to see how these are syncing. Oh, yep, alright, didn't realize that long again. Okay. Alright, that works. And then it's just a question of, you know, what do you want to put over it, near it, around it? Obviously not, but... Religion bubble on that is gigantic, by the way. That doesn't even begin to... That's a difficult one. And you'd be eating up a lot of posters. Those don't stick. Alright, we could try... I mean, it's nice if you can keep it within, you know, the borders of your of your building stuff, so you can hide the other side, or you know, make it look like a ooh. This is why I have R&Ds. I kid you not. So I can do the things I'm talking about right now. Alright, see his belly coming through. Big old belly. Alright, so our center is where on this? It's here-ish. That line. Right here, okay. So that. Down a little. He's a little difficult to see. Quite a distance, isn't it? Not easy to see. But again, daytime. And I'd have to be down like here somewhere. Rah! Rah, rah, rah. Actually, you know what? We go Teddy Ruxpin here. That's not good. That just didn't work. Alright, so instead, let's try something else. It doesn't have to be anything in particular. It could be, any of the wonders. We could go fish again. We could try, the robots, which actually horrible. Chasing after the Gek, the proto Gek. Learned, yeah, I'm out from work with a bit of an injury. It is quite uncomfortable, but, I am dealing. Nothing I can't survive. Just makes it difficult to do my job, and then if I keep doing my job, then it never gets better, and etc., etc. Yeah, just it's an old guy thing, and I pulled a groin muscle lifting, and it can take a little bit to get on the mend. Don't think that's going to make a difference. I kind of almost want these to be like more three-dimensional, like coming out, because they're not as, like the fish are really, what's the word I'm looking for? The movement is so, these are more stable. I think I can get more of a, and the 3D effect will be a little bit better, mean, look at how much more that's. Yeah, an uncomfortable vacation, unfortunately, yeah. I am, yeah. I get. Yeah, like this. Hmm. The dog's behind. I don't know, some of these I don't think are going to be made for this. I think others are. The fish definitely worked with it. um, Come on. Although you know what this means if I use this. It means I gotta frickin'. I gotta line up. Where the hell is the damn thing? right there. I'm like, you're looking at the wrong spot there, moron. Alright, so that would be... Oh my goodness. First, we need to get exactly what we want for a pattern here. That's what I was thinking, Levity. Something along those lines. But the problem's going to be... Alright, well there's our center line. Okay, that's cool. And depending on how... Alright, so that, no. And we could go in a couple of different directions, you know what I mean? Alright, so we don't want to do it that way because it's going to poke through. And we don't want that. So we will do that, that, and that. I know. It's a halfway party. And I'd have to do, yeah, let's just do it and see what we get. And actually, I think it's not only is it halfway, it's halfway and half up. much as I like these other walls, these seem to portray a little better, you know? I mean, you can, you know, spend all day on this stuff, really. There's so many different variants. You know, you could create all kinds of, you know, artwork. It's going to be a question of finding the proper wonder to put in. You know, I can't repeat the fish. We already have that. I could do a different set of fish, but I was kind of hoping for the robot or... But see, sometimes this gets so distracting that you just want to, you know, do the blinky wall. But I think maybe a kaleidoscope out of those might work. But again, the blinky wall I think is going to be the way to do it. That's not too shabby. Got a turn. And it's going to come way down. Before I know it, I've got those everywhere. Yeah, I think the wall can get too distracting. You either leave it as is, as, you know, the shape it is, as, you know what I mean? Or you turn it into a blinky one, which I think lends itself better for you know, doing something like this, where, you know, it's not, you're not like, oh, these lines, you know, and you know, it's the thing with the little blinky bits, I think, is the way to go as this kind of thing. It's either the wall is the decoration itself with the flashing lines, and then maybe some stickers or something else on it. But I think for these, if we're going to do this kind of thing, then I think it needs, you know, you just go with the lines, you know what I mean? Maybe a little like this, you know, the spinny bit that we had there. I don't know, I think I'm going to have to try a couple of different things and see what we get. And I got to go and you got to find all of the wonders themselves as well, you know, so that becomes an interesting little thing. Ah, this might work, and you're not going to see that, though. You know, you won't get all the pattern, unfortunately. I hate to say it sometimes, simplicity. But then you don't see any of this, so it's kind of... And because nothing gets dark anymore when you step underneath something, although it is still kind of night daytime here. You know, there's that kind of thing. And the other night, the reason the other one worked out so well was we had like a pile of dirt back there. So there was really nothing to, you know, to get on the other side to distract. Yeah, I mean, and this is all I can choose. These are the only things I have right now. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try something else. Because I don't have much choice in the matter. Fish work the best, though. So far, they really do. And if I have to go out this far with these, I'm going to have to figure out some sort of way to cover them. That's sort of the problem with the one I want to do here. And look at the fins. Look like they're on top of it. Alright, now... that would be the spot. That works pretty well. But it just looks funky. I mean, it works really well, though. Damn it. Should I flip the other ones? Damn it. Oh, and look at that weird pattern. Okay. That just had to get up and go on its own. Huh? Alright, what are we gonna get now? Ah. Alright, that's gonna come back. Alright, it's got to get closer because it's a little bit too far away. Kind of a fine line, especially if it's not a brightly colored item. Then it doesn't have any glowy bits. Like those fish kind of have a glow to them. Yeah, no. Okay, no go on that. The robots were neat. I'm going to have to try a couple of different things. These were okay, but again, there's a lot of distraction from the lines going over it. That's always sort of an issue. The fish seem to really work the best, at least, maybe I should try some different fish. This might work. But again, if we have to, there's going to be a lot to cover, or I want to kind of have it so it would work both directions, unless, unless we're going just purely based on like some sort of pattern thing. And then once that gets in there, you lose that glowy bit. Yeah, that doesn't work either. I mean, there is always make you freaking lose your mind. Better probably going down the other direction, although. I wonder how far that effect goes. Can I get away with that in here? No. Favors. Alright, so there is a little effect, but we're not really seeing much of it. This way is kind of the best way to do it, I think. But that fog effect, if I could get rid of that. Okay. Not horrible. You gotta be looking at it direct, though. Oh, duh. That would go the wrong way, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. Drop that. And every other. We just throw that in the corner, maybe. Oh. That's right. I wish you could, Jay. That would be the key to it all. The boundary shields didn't have that smoke, that fog effect. It would be freaking perfect. So what we would do with this is we would bring these back. We'd have to remove the, some of the walls. So that those mix better. That's got to get right up onto that, and the only way to do that, we have a collision bubble, would be a bunch of impossibility. Or not. Okay. Got to go over a little bit. Alright, see, but that wasn't in. Alright, we'd have to figure this one out. And now, is it in there too much? Right, there's got to be a better way to hide all this. Although I think I know what I could do to make this work. Yeah, I know what I could do. Alright, see, like that's too far back. That's not too shabby in itself either, but we would need to hide the dot and the signal booster, get the, part out of the way. don't know if that's too much. Maybe in every other scenario. Yep, I don't know. All right. I am out of ideas for right now on this one. I kind of want to continue with the fish theme, but, you know, at the same time, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to overdo it on one thing. But if I use different fish, then we might be in luck. Okay, I've been on for almost 7 hours. Holy mackerel. It's time for me to get rolling. I gotta get some food. I will be on Discord tonight doing some of this, messing around, listening to some actual music. Although this is actual music, and it's really good. Representation of Vangelis and Blade Runner by LUX, Lux on YouTube is where I'm using it. But you can find Lux anywhere that you can find music. Yeah. Let's take a look, see if we got anybody we can do a raid on. Scott, rinse, repeat, you're welcome. Thank you for being here. 6 hours is a long time, so it's time for me to take a break. Get some food. I'll be on Discord chilling later. Check out that if you want. Mellow Music Building. I share my screen. If you got questions or anything, just ask. Let's see who I got in my subscriptions. Zane's World is doing Valheim. And that's all I have. Oh well. All right. Oh, DG. Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, that's kind of cool, though. Oh, look at that. I want that effect. How do we get that effect? Oh, mod, please. Mod, please. Oh, I'm talking to Scott, to somebody tonight, not Scott. But yeah, Scott, hey, how you doing? Yeah, so I'll be in Discord later after I eat and relax and get my eyes back. If you want to join me, listen to some mellow tunes, have a conversation, talk about building or any other subject for that matter for the most part. And yeah, here we go. I know we didn't get a whole lot done. We got some, you know, not yet, no. But, you know, this came out really well. I want to do some more of these kind of things, these kind of hologram walls. You know, they do work really well. The fish one so far seems to be the best one that I've been able to manipulate in terms of, you know, having it look interesting. We're going to try some other different ways. So... okay, y'all. Thank you again. I'll be back on tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's Sunday. It's our usual Sunday stream, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. But until then, this has been me, Kevin C., saying don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, leave a comment, and all that jive. Ring the notification bell. I'll tell you when I'm on. But thank you so much for being here and keeping us company. Until next time, this has been me, Kevin Z, here at Action Pants Gaming, wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and starship grease. Get your action pants on. Get out there. Start building some wild and wacky stuff. All right, y'all. We'll see you soon. Take care. Bye, everybody.
Action Pants Gaming.
Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right.